Greetings. It has been quite some time. Can I be heard? How is my voice relative to the soothing PS5 dashboard music? All good? Thank you for being here, it is much appreciated. Ignore the ice sloshing sounds. I have NVIDIA broadcast on max noise cancelling, so I don't even know if you could hear that, but it's my first time using it with OBS, so potential disasters are not completely off the table. Anyway, let's switch over to the game. So, this is the PS5 version. Since I last streamed this game, I have started again on the limited edition, or the director's cut edition, whatever it's called these days. Played through the main story again, completely ignored the DLC, so I'm about to just go and get started with that now. The rest of the game should be pretty much complete at this point, as it would have been if I was playing on PS4. I have no idea what the DLC entails, or is about, or how long it is, or anything like that, so if I'm not mistaken, it will be the first blind content on the channel. Hype. Or, you know, semi-blind. I know how the game works, but not necessarily the DLC. I believe it's meant to be set kind of before the main game, so I suspect I might lose some of my abilities and whatnot from the main story, but I guess we'll see how it goes. Indeed, that's just part of the channel at this point. Speaking of which, I wonder if all this stuff still works. Probably should have tested it, let's see.
No!
Hopefully you could hear the no. I don't think this is going to work because it's actually been so long since I've been watching streams regularly. I've lost my subscription, so alas, the emote is gone. RIP. I will have to correct that next time. So, I suppose we should just get started, right? Let me just actually go into the game and let me know what this sounds like compared to my voice. Still audible, hopefully. Wait, how do I call the horse? It's been like not that long since I played. But I've been playing some GTA Online since I last played this, so now my muscle memory's already screwed. So that's great. Anyway, let's see. Investigate the settlement journey into the past. A peasant told me of people driven mad by mysterious chanting Mongols at a village near Dramanshore in Akashima I should investigate. Let's... wait, hang on. You know, this is a weird bug I noticed when I was playing this that doesn't exist in the PS4. Every time you, like, save, or just randomly every now and then, these get marked as unread as if you haven't seen them before, even though I obviously have. It's kind of annoying. Alright, let me turn myself up ever so slightly. That's probably fine. If not, then the game will just go down, I guess. Actually, I'm just barely going into the yellow there. It's probably fine. But yes, if I get stalled or something like that, maybe. That would kind of suck.
What's happening here?
It's happening here. Already totally forgot how to play. This can only go well. These people do not have much to say, it seems. Quite a small investigation area. I think I may have accidentally ran briefly past this area at some point during the main game, so I might accidentally, like, progressed, like, random dialogue with these or something. Oh, never mind, here we go.
This color. I don't recognize the tribe. Some kind of restraint on her. She bit her tongue off. Bled to death. What did these people endure?
Oh, I see. Nice.
Looks like an altar for some kind of Mongol ceremony. Samurai!
The eagle calls to you!
A little over the top. Kind of a shame that the pre-render stuff's still at 30 FPS. If you're implying that the Twitch still says Cooking Simulator, I've changed it in like 3 different places, so if it still has an update, that's totally not on me. Let's see. Allowing them to attack relentlessly, that doesn't sound good.
He's chanting, filling them with bloodlust.
How do we play this game? Spam an eye until you win, I guess. Oh, I see. They have like lots of health and extra regen. And he has a mask. Well, he died to one flaming arrow, as most of them do. What are we meant to do?
More of them.
Oh, that was so ahead. Oh no, I think I did get him actually, but the Chanty Man prevented it. That's what they're called now, the Chanty Men. This sure could be going better. You be quiet now. I'm trying to get to grips with the combat system while also starting on like a fight that's not that easy. It's good. Nice.
Bastards. You won't torment anyone else. I need to find out who these invaders are.
To be collecting most of this at this point. Except for resupplies of ghost weapons. Half Kino here, that's Brayden's like and a half.
The call of the eagle.
The eagle. Is he your leader?
She will lead the eagle tribe to your shores, with all of Iki Island at her back.
They came from Iki Island.
He did just say that, yeah.
Father.
Spoilers, Joe.
Jin, help me. May your death benefit all beings.
I came as soon as I heard.
Hey, it's the summoner.
Those people.
They're getting the help they need. But I don't know if they will recover.
What happened to them?
I'm not sure. I haven't seen these Mongols before. They claim to follow someone called the Eagle. And they're planning an attack on Tsushima.
Those people lost their minds. If the eagle can do that to the whole island,
She won't.
how will you find her?
One of her people mentioned Iki Island.
It's full of raiders and criminals. They hate the samurai.
I know. My father led the campaign to pacify them, and he died on that island. The samurai retreated after he fell. Now something monstrous has taken root on Iki Island. I have to go back.
Let's see.
Clan Sakai is not welcome on Iki Island. If I want to wear the Sakai armor there, I need to conceal the clan markings.
Jin from Yarikawa. I see. Excellent disguise.
The boat's ready.
Or I could just not wear the Sakai armor, I suppose. Do I need anything before I go? It's probably fine, right?
We sail on your command. Are you sure about this, Lord Sakai? Iki Island's no place for a samurai.
Indeed, if the subtitles being cut off gets too annoying, let me know and I will actually do something about it. A long series of tales. Ruthless contest the strength most hardened warrior. Sure, too late to back out now.
Near Fort Sakai.
My father built it to last. If there's trouble on Iki, the locals may be sheltering there.
I'll get you there as fast as I can, my lord. The sea's been angry ever since those Mongols arrived. Storms are especially fierce around Iki.
Not surprising. The Eagle tribe is doing something horrible there.
Whatever they're up to, they've angered the Kami. But don't worry, I've sailed through worse.
Come, Sora.
I guess I chose the limited edition TM horse this time. For a change, since it was there.
Brace yourself, boy.
Sora!
Well, you called it, more or less. That does seem to be the case, yeah.
Sora!
Sora!
Oh, map yet. I guess I'll wait until I have one before I worry about what to wear. Are you gonna need free resolve? Can't sprint either. He's in dying mode.
Did I make it? Looks like an old smuggling hideout.
Oh, you see of thieves, huh? Oh yeah, the first record I found during the main story, it was just like in that area where I did the first fight.
No!
First pun. Here we go. As usual, I'm just going to selfishly sip beverage instead of reading these aloud. I'm not sure my voice constitutes ASMR, although people have said similar things on at least, let's see, 2 occasions, which is kind of weird to me, but fair enough. I guess maybe there's something to it. I'll think about it. If there's 25 records, I guess the area can't be that small. Hydrate, consider it done. Thank you. I have half of a strawberry refresher Starbucks beverage thing here. Very accurate description, I know. Wonder if there's going to be any optional collectibles this early on. Doesn't really look like it.
Need to find a way out.
That works.
It worked.
I just noticed when playing the main game, actually, that in this version, it was possible to, like, you get, like, this grapple icon whenever there's any ropes nearby, but it seemed superfluous, but I guess it's related to this, where it's, like, actually required now. That would be a lighthouse. I hope the bitrate is doing this scene at least some amount of justice. I set it as high as Twitch allows. The legend of the ghost has not yet reached the people of Iki. Here you have a clean slate to build your legend anew. Fantastic. Oh, they are they? Follow the guiding way to discover animal sanctuaries. Don't know what they actually do though. Archery challenges. Animals. And apparently there's going to be some sort of ability over here as well that I also don't have, despite finishing the whole game, so that's obviously here as well. Let's see. Horse charge. Well, you know, we just forget both of those and go exploring, which is what I'm much more likely to do. Which means it's time for the traveler's attire. So the island has charms, it has hot springs, it has bamboo. And it has its own unique records. Wondering if I can even reach that without going through this. I don't know what the layout of the land is like. In fact, that might be the lighthouse. Well, let's just have a look around. That was almost a mistake.
Fort Sakai isn't far. I should see if anyone is sheltered there. And Sora, I will find you. Maybe near the wreckage of our boat. If it washed ashore.
His monk. With a capital E. Lovely. And also no horse, right?
Horse. Let me see.
Horse. Plenty of crabs too. Maybe I shouldn't be doing that much exploring then until I find the horse. If we assume we ever find the horse on the island. Oh, it's you. What up?
What's wrong?
We was just here. That edge. Did she fall? No! No!
Your mind is lost. Like the people in Tsushima. I'm sorry.
F. Don't really have a whole lot to say about this just yet. What are you? You are a runaway boy. I'll check over there first. Oh, you're not very interested, are you?
Another golden bird.
Good to see these things exist here too. You know, I'm probably already going to wherever it's taking me. Hello. That was just balls. Rip, even though I don't actually need these anymore. Well, I might actually on this island. But I should have spares, right? And this is where everyone finds out that watching me play something blind is actually unbearable because of how systematic and thorough I like to be. And I'm deliberately trying to not be right now. This. Disgusting. Okay, it's not disgusting, but it's not great either. It is good to explore every suspicious looking nook and cranny. Lily has been doing a lot of that lately. She's like halfway through case 2 of investigations too. For the second time, but she remembers nothing, which is always good. Good name pun design. Name pun plus non-existent clothing.
No!
Sounds like you're speaking from your own experiences there, Lily. What this? His
Mongols
enemies.
capturing monkeys?
Capturing a monkey. So what happened? Oh, I was going to say what happens.
From Clan Sakai.
Don't talk over me. I was going to say what happens if I...
From Clan Sakai.
Don't tell me it plays every time. I was going to say I wonder what happens if I equip a different colour, but it doesn't let me. So whatever.
Show me your skill!
Sure, these are going to act as if I've already done like the entire main game. Looks like it because the sword is on fire, so the difficulty still scales with your main game progress. You seem quite fast. Good. Incidentally, why did that not increase the standoff streak? I guess maybe the shamans don't participate in standoffs. That would make the most sense. Good to know. So, monkey make noise. Open cage free monkey.
My mother taught me to play the flute in a place like this.
Very well. Oh.
The way the monkeys dance reminds me of a song my mother taught me. Let's see if I remember it.
Oh boy. Good old gyro controls. Feel like I'm playing a Wii game. Except the accuracy of the PS5 controller's gyro is much higher.
That was the first song she tried to teach me. I pouted when I couldn't learn it, so she played with me, as terrible as I did, so I wouldn't feel bad.
The heal your perfect parry and perfect dodge windows are extended for a limited time. Healing costs 1 additional resolve. Don't need to heal if you don't take damage though, right? Monkey Sanctuary is needed to improve. Interesting. Maybe I'll try it once I have found some more. And on the subject of the controller, the dual sense of the PS5 does actually make quite a big difference, especially to this game, because, say, for example, you're like running on horseback, you can feel the vibrations of like each of the horse's forelegs like individually from each other, and also on top of the wind, like you can distinguish between the two, even when they're vibrating at the same time. It's pretty fancy. Something else right here. Wait, are you pointing me to the shrine or are you going somewhere else? Looks like you're just going to the shrine. Yeah, guiding firefly, I think. Okay, so what are these? Yeah, that's a shrine. What does this mean for me? Do I beat it up? Oh. Are you going to tell me? My faith is as hard as a diamond. Not the only thing as hard as a diamond when Cammy meals around her. Oh, this is just like a fast travel thing, because there's no like grayed out icon. I see. I guess they just have records then. Is the firefly still around? Nah, okay, I guess these just are like records plus fast travel point then. Good to know. Unless of course I'm doing something terribly wrong here, but it doesn't look like it. Well, that's it for that. Maybe I should just do the main thing because it's right here. Also, it says horse charge, so it seems like I'm going to get my horse back. So, yeah, as much as I would like to normally explore the whole place before doing any main missions, it probably makes sense to try one here. It's too bad you can't make the PS4 output in 4K and downscale. Or at least not with this capture card, because it's 1080. Shouldn't have jumped. We're fine.
The boat that brought me here.
Sora!
Where are you, boy? Captain of my boat.
Oh.
Drowned in the storm. Another lost in the struggle against the Mongols. Another I failed to protect. He died in service to Tsushima. No sign of Sora. He has to be alive. Maybe he left tracks in the sand. I know those tracks.
Be funny if he
Sora
just wasn't.
survived.
And by funny, I mean tragic. Maybe kind of funny.
Where did you run to, boy?
Guessing all of those seagulls don't mean anything in particular other than it is the sea. Is that gonna actually tell me something, or just point the camera in the right direction again?
An even gate. Good. You're not injured.
Sherlock Holmes over here. Okay, pretty sure most of these are just going to be showing me the direction, so I won't bother examining any more unless it looks different. This game does like to do that.
You fell. Or rolled. I hope you're alright.
Hey, that saddle cost me the expensive price of 0. Don't go breaking it.
You there!
Quiet! They'll hear you. The Eagle tribe is hunting us. The things they do to people's minds, it's awful.
Calm down. We're alone here.
When I heard them coming, I ran. Didn't see the snake till I was almost on it.
You did a fine job killing it.
Not me. A horse came charging out of nowhere, trampled it, and saved my life.
The horse. Which way did he go?
Up the hill, toward the Mongols.
Thank you.
If you find that horse, give him my thanks.
I mean, the tracks are still here, so did we really have to ask? Second vibrations. Okay. You know, I was talking to Lily about like case preferences and such, and she thinks Turnabout Big Top is pretty high up there as far as the good ones go. Isn't that right?
Footprints. Mongol. They were surprised. Then gave chase.
He probably just likes Moe's jokes, to be honest, because she's really weird like that.
Broken. By a horse's kick.
Rip. For the most part, I don't actually have any problems with it, other than the Maxis bus thing and the way they explain the roses thing. Is like, the cape caught onto the front of the bus, therefore the roses were on the back of the bus, or, you know, something like that. It's like, excuse me, you what, mate? You gotta try saying that in English.
That sound. They're close. Sora, he needs me.
So we're just gonna stand here and not let me do anything? Okay. Well, I probably shouldn't be fighting in this. Let's see. What do you do? Why do I have sticky bombs equipped? Oh, that was easy. Well. Also, you can have a different set of charms for each outfit now, which you couldn't on PS4, so that's nice.
Sora trampled them. Good work, boy.
Doesn't he ever do that when I'm around? I think given his age and size, he should have torn his entire arm off if he'd fired that magnum.
I'm here, boy. Are you alright? I thought I'd lost you. But I should have known you'd never give up. Remember that trick from before? Where you charged the Mongols? Let's try that again.
Hold L1 to activate horse charge. Drains your resolve over time. Wait, it actually killed him. Interesting.
Good to have you back, boy.
Wow, that drains your resolve real fast.
Someone's
running
in
away
trouble.
now.
We need to help him.
Where go? But there you are. And he also did all that while blind, of course, let's not forget. You know, as far as they know. At least I still have the ghost stunts.
That's the last of them.
Oh. Well. The concert video is the worst, although if you played the, like the HD, like trilogy release on Steam or PC in general or whatever, the Blue Badger video in Case 5, it plays much, much slower than real time. It's like been slowed down a lot, as you can tell by the timestamp at the bottom. I don't know why it plays so much slower than it's supposed to, but it's actually really annoying.
That's twice you saved my life.
Hard to tell since half the peasants all sound the same.
Him, but my thanks to both of you.
Good work, boy. Time to go. This island needs us.
Easy technique point. I mean, I could theoretically, oh right, I was going to say I could theoretically save these for the other technique, but apparently the technique is in fact horse charge. In that case, I'll think about it. Reduce resolve burn by 30%, yeah, sure. I was going to say I'll just get the last exploration thing for now, since it's only the one, but yeah. Definitely glad I got that out of the way. Oh, I can explore a little. Let's go and do that lighthouse. Place looks nice after all. Right, what's this? Go to Fort Sakai. No items or anything for it. Let's get a load of some nice environs. Does praying key do anything? It sure doesn't. But yeah, imagine doing all of this like when you first get to Act 2. Instead of like after finishing the game. It's like this opened up basically when I got to Act 2 the first time, which is, you know, when you get to the second island. That would mean your original horse is still alive, and then you'd go through all this with your first horse to have it die. Big oof. So for anyone who didn't play the PS4 version and started with this, yeah, that would be unfortunate. I don't think I've actually seen anyone play this game. Some blind reactions might be interesting. Actually, that's not true. I've seen Matt Owens play it, but nobody else, I don't think. I don't believe she's done the DLC yet, though. This sure is locked up tight. Maybe it's going to be a story lighthouse. I'm not seeing a way in. No prompt to pull this. Looks like it needs pulling from the inside. Or if I'm just being dumb. Or if... Okay. Or if it's a story lighthouse, as I was going to say, which it may well be. I feel like this is a tutorial for something or other. Guess we come back later. At least we can fast travel. I'm wondering if I should do this now that it's there. Forget it. If I was playing alone, I would explore, so we're gonna explore. Yeah, this game has the thing where if it's a type of collision or rock you're not supposed to be able to land on, you'll just slide right off it rather than letting you get into awkward positions. It has its pros and cons, I guess. Hello. Oh. They're fighting bandits. I can help with that. Ow. He got me accidentally. Wow. That was incredible. Well, looks like I win. So some things never change, it seems. Thank you, game. I haven't forgotten. To be fair, I probably will forget at some point. Yes, I made a brief start on the second and then stopped. I can't remember why I stopped. It was probably something else came out that was at the top of my list or something. And then I ended up never going back to it. I think I did like 1 or 2 quests in the new map. Certainly not very much. It's one of these boys. Ow. I'm starting to press the wrong button now. So yes, fighting in this outfit, highly recommended. Please even kill the adults with that much health aren't. Well, it's a chanty man. What else can we try? It's been a while. One, 2. One's still running away. Yeah. Is there a purpose to these? Do they have like a hostage or some loot? Or are they just some randos? That's not what I meant to press. I did play Hearts of Stone, yes. Not that I remember a great deal about it. Other than there was some man and then some other man, and the men did some stuff. at this. That was just an archery challenge.
If you can handle yourself in a fight, come here.
That is interesting, and the kind of attention to detail I would expect from that game, just based on the sheer number of potential branches and dialogue options and whatnot. Time to crap at archery, I guess.
That depends. Are you for or against these Mongols?
Against.
Then that's all I need to know. We set up archery targets around Iki to train for another samurai invasion. Instead, we got Mongols. If you're looking for practice, shoot an arrow through each lantern as fast as you can.
I've shot warriors while riding on horseback. I think I can hit a few lanterns.
Hitting them is one thing. Speed is another. When you're ready, grab an arrow.
How long have I been doing this?
So I just shoot all these things. And am I allowed to use this? Apparently I am. In that case, why aren't I using Tadayori's armor? Crap. "7 seconds for gold. Really? I mean, that's convenient. That's a lot of marks around that. How many are there?
Going in the right direction.
I guess to get gold I'll have to come back with a higher level concentration charm, maybe.
Couple more goes and you'll get there.
And then I've done all of the bamboo strikes and haiku on the mainland, as far as I know, so there should be 3 haiku and 4 bamboo strikes here, I guess. And 1 shrine, 2 hot springs, 2 lighthouses. Apparently 3 pillars of honor. What was I doing? Right. Checking out Tadayori's armor. Maybe instead of the health increase, we can go for something else, like this. I don't think I'll go for gold until I've got a few more bronzes and silvers on some of the others. Seems to make sense to me. Okay, good. It does show you your record for each one on the map. It would kind of suck if it didn't. Excellent. Well, there's a question mark. Might as well go for it. Oh, you're right there. Hydrating now, thank you. If this has gone over a prefecture, what was the one I was in before? Just crossed some border. Assuming there's still 1 haiku per prefecture and bamboo strike. I don't know why I'm collecting this, I probably don't need it. I am so thorough with the collections that I had my katana and tanto pretty much maxed by the time I'd done the first island, same for the bows. Go on. Where are you taking me? Yeah, this is a very nice place, and considering the, you know, like when you're on the mainland, like the closer you are to the end of the game, like the more it storms, because of the whole, like, ghost concept thing. Like, it makes a change to have the weather be nice again like it was at the start. Totally lost track of that, babe. There you are. Oh, this is the destination. Must be a vanity item then. Show me. Up there. And the Just go up there then. Just one from that archery challenge. Yeah. I have not mildly inconvenienced them. Interesting. That's the new type of Tsushima for this island then, I suppose. I just almost hit me with an arrow. Well, there's no marker or anything for this, so I guess there's nothing to do here. Right after I talked about how the weather is nice, let's go ahead and fix that. There's some smoke coming from over there, which means it's probably a side quest. So the last game I played was Cooking Simulator in like December, and by played I mean streamed, of course. And then before that it was Final Fantasy 13 Randomizer about 1 year ago from now. Who knows how long ago I finished Ghost. So this bit is just taking me to the bottom of this climb, right? I'm not being dumb. Which means I don't need to worry about it anymore. Oh, it's also landing here though. I see. What this? Demonic Archer's Mask. Yeah, I'm good. Take it that's supposed to be Sly Cooper. And whatever his sidekick friends are called. I have not played any of the games. Interesting. Bentley, that's the one. I've seen somebody play like the first game, but I'm generally not into stealth, he says, while playing Ghost of Tsushima, but anyway. Oh yes, I know that character, you don't need to tell me about that one. I mean, I've heard about that character from people. Something like that.
Stand and fight me!
Oh, it's a leader, man. Very intimidating. I'm basically dead if I fail to stand off here. That was real close. Get wrecked.
You're going to be all right.
Forget about me. Please, go to the north of the island and look for the cliff with the seagulls.
Why would you send me there?
I have seen men leap to their death. They say the Eagle tribe makes you choose, join or jump. And now they have my son.
Say no more. I'll make sure no one has to make that choice again.
Delightful. Also, I'm starting to think I may have been wrong about that storm thing, given the the current weather condition. I mean, I can fast travel right next to it, I might as well do it, right? But I'll see what this one is first since I'm on the way. A church bell with a bad attitude. Can't even disagree. Honestly though, can we get some like not storm weather for like 5 minutes? Not Foxton. Can't be a Foxton, it said there would not. Maybe it's a different kind, like a fox shrine. Like one of those new animal sanctuary places. Babe. You better not be taking me to what I was clearly already going to. You are, aren't you? Oh, these are Mongols. Lel. Well, they sure are in for a surprise. I don't quite understand why they're so scared of the ghost if the way that the ghost hasn't reached this island yet, but what do I know? I suppose you can live. That was obviously an intentional miss because I felt merciful. Well, the prompt isn't appearing, but maybe the prompt isn't required. There we go.
On our walks, my mother would regale me with funny stories about the cats that roam the palaces in Kyoto.
This feels like a Zelda game at this point. This is the good weather song, don't lie. The dual sense worked quite well with that petting
Pepper her with questions.
of the floof.
Soon enough, it was time for Bokken practice. My mother would bring me to the swordmaster, a gruff country samurai. But I think she wanted something else for me.
Throw a kunai at a target during chain assassinations to extend your range. I see. That sounds interesting. I might give that one a try. Maybe after leveling it up like once more. Looks like these only need 1 per level. There's a pet option. DualSense seems to be simulating a cat pairing, and quite accurately, might I add. Cute. Unlike this weather. Apparently it has no interest in being nice. Oh, right. Must be about to be very dumb. Who are you?
I know this battlefield. I tried to forget this place.
Is it gonna make me fight something?
Are you well, my lord?
Hey, it's this guy.
Doesn't feel like victory.
Let me take you to your father.
Died in the intro, man.
Is this how it's supposed to feel, Lord Adachi?
Victories don't have to feel good.
Getting some quality lore right here. Lady Masako's husband, for those who do not know the intro.
How are these raiders at your peril?
These weren't warriors. They were untrained villagers with rusted...
Enough! I require a private word with my son. Lord Adachi, feed the men and get them drunk. Come here.
Father, what happened today?
These villagers were helping hide the raiders.
We butchered them. All the men in the village.
The samurai ran hot, yes. But these fools attacked us.
The man I killed.
The man you killed was a criminal. You did well today. Better than I expected.
Father.
We fulfilled our orders from our Jito. Raise your head high. Today, you were a warrior.
If you were here today, Father, do you condone my actions so freely?
So these are just the lore collectibles, I guess. Apparently marked by a white deer that then decides to run away. Oh, is this? Oh no, it is there, never mind. Excuse me?
No!
Disgraceful. We got told about this one. Let's go and do it, since I assume because it's a settlement it'll reveal some map once it's done. You know, for a second I thought it'd spell me right on enemies, but no, it's just that guy. I am very clever when it comes to remembering the button I pressed 2 seconds ago. Yes, let's fast travel to the archer camp and then be surprised when we see an archer there. Hydrating, thank you. I hope you're also hydrating when you redeem a hydrate. Also, I just ran straight into the base. That is a terrible idea. Let's at least attempt to do a stealth. Wait, the Ronin attire is completely obsolete now, isn't it? I have the ghost. Or the, whatever it's called. In fact... yeah, it is. It is the ghost. It's just a different skin that makes it look like not the ghost. Kill enemies who are on fire. Can't say I really care about that, but I could. It just means kill foe with fire arrows. That's going to be real loud, though. Also, it's done that thing again. I hate the way it does this. Basically, because it's... no, I'm talking. Because it made me play as, like, mini-Jin, like child-Jin, kid-Jin, whatever you want to call him. It, like, temporarily takes away all of your items, like, to set you as that character, and then now that I've become regular Jin again, all my item quantities have reset to default instead of what I had at the time, so... lost about half my supplies. That's one thing that they should have probably changed by now, to be honest, you know. Forget the stealth. I'll just ban them all. That didn't count as killing him while on fire, because I killed him before he did. Oh, he didn't even die, never mind. Actually, he must have done. I got a headshot sound, didn't I? It's a different guy and I didn't notice. He doesn't want to burn very easily. Alright, 2 people left to burn. Apparently the rest over there didn't even notice. And done. People have been burned. In their defense, even though they are acting really intimidated, none of them have actually shouted ghost yet, so maybe they did consider that. Please. Triple kill. Well, he became scared. Sucks to be him. That's a lot of people. You seem to be a chanty man, so you die first. This is not hard, by the way. Not lethal, but one lower than that. But lethal is arguably easier once you get to a certain point, because the enemies die in one hit too. It's clearly not what I meant to do. Alright. Grab some stuff. Could have been quietly, but there's nobody close enough to care. Kinda seems like one of them insane people. I think if it's even worth trying to stock up on all this, because it seems like there's going to be more times where it transforms me back into small Jin. Also, I'm full on iron. Probably should have sold some before coming here. You the last guy. Ding ding. That's not where the witch I went. Oh, we saw the there guy. Oh, get here. Oh, he's gonna see me. Well, have it your way then. I realised they were going to instantly burn it down, or I probably would have looked around a bit better first, but I'm already maxed on like all the supplies, so I suppose it doesn't make much difference. I'm pretty sure none of the collectibles are going to be missable, they'll just move them to like one side like they normally do. Memories of your father. Okay, 4 more of them. For a second I thought it was going to refuse to be marked as red. That would have been extremely annoying. Firefly man has found something. So here's a guy.
Have you seen him? The ghost of Iki?
The ghost of what?
The samurai phantom hunting bandits. Tall as a tree. Eyes of fire. People camped by Kimono Trail saw him just last night.
If he's that impressive, I'd like to meet him.
Excellent, we have revealed some question marks. Someone on Iki Island is pretending to be the ghost. Good for him, I guess. Also, they have a replay feature added to these one-time events now.
Ever since those low chants have haunted me night after night.
Pierre, perhaps.
Curses down on our sight.
Keeping us in fear. Not me, of course.
It were up to me. Kill all the shamans first.
There you are. Just some propaganda BS. No, that's the exact phrase they would have used back in the day as well. Don't see anyone else to talk to. This game does the thing where if there's information to be told, then rather than have a specific character tell it, it'll just be any one of like a select number of NPCs. So like if you visit like town X, somebody there will tell you it, or if you go to town Y first, somebody there will tell you it. So that you can't like miss out by being in the wrong place.
That's when she made a name for herself. A refuge into a place worth calling home.
That was a good trick.
Let's see what that is. Haiku, perhaps, if it's up there.
What's wrong with you? Look like you've seen a ghost. That's nice.
Funny.
You growing nice out in the water. Like a pack of onibi out for a swim.
I told you to stop drinking that rat piss.
Yeah, I'd be interested in doing my second playthrough of this in Japanese with subtitles, and I actually did try that for a while, but because that random NPC dialogue out in the world is like unimportant, doesn't have subtitles, I changed back. You trying to show me? Ah, one of them. Okay, it obviously didn't want me to make that from this direction. Well, let's just go around. Are these actually going to do anything for me in the end, I wonder? Like the other ones do. Pillar of Honor, apparently, except I can't get it from this side. I mean, now that I've got the marker, I could probably just pause and fast travel to it, but it's clearly cheating. Maybe flowers down the other way too. God, they finally fixed it so there are all these load instantly. These used to take so long to load, you have to wait on this screen for like 5 minutes just to see the next skin. Which I guess meant it was a good job. I never really cared a great deal about appearances and cosmetics, for the most part. As long as something looks like within reason and not ridiculous. Ow. Rip all the resolve. I suppose I would also be discouraged after breaking my legs from a tiny drop like that after beating so many other people. What this? I would you? You would. Waterfall, so it's not the name of the region. Interesting. Boss getting in on the action there. Wind through a dead tree. These all seem there. Often I will just pick the third one because I'm too lazy to scroll back, to be honest.
Wind through a dead tree. Bedrock laid bare to the sun. Till peace comes at last.
I'll take it. Right, this side quest isn't far. I hope I can avoid having to climb up that. Looks like I can indeed. At least it's kind of nice. Suppose the advantage of doing it after the main game is that then you get to get out of the dull snow area for a while. Like, snow is great and all, but when you've been there for ages, maybe not so much.
Those I saw in Tsushima. What's wrong?
Our headman disappeared for a few days. We thought he'd been killed or captured, but he came back like this. I don't know how to help him.
I'll do whatever I can to stop this from spreading. You're safe now. Find shelter.
We're safe now. No one can hurt us.
They might be here because I'm on the way to this quest, or they could just be random and completely inconsequential. There's a few of them here and there, like mini quests that aren't marked on the map anywhere. On the main island. I actually don't even know if I've got them all, because of exactly that. Right, back up.
I'll take him over a dozen samurai any day.
Don't mind me, just gonna grab all your stuff first.
Where did you come from?
Down the road, if you must know. The Firefly Man is finding something. There it is. "60-meter range OP. And then it hits him on the head and he dies. Game over. Excellent mistimed roll. We can all just pretend that didn't happen, right? Almost set myself on fire
The
though.
ghost will help us.
I hear he killed 1,000 Mongols with that old Shimura bastard slung over his shoulder. Yes?
Those stories, they're not entirely true.
Of course they are. You must have heard some good ones about the ghost.
He snapped the Mongol Khan like a piece of driftwood.
Sounds like him, all right.
If you want to help his fight, the ghost of Iki is asking for donations. We leave our offerings at his camp, northeast of where Kidafure village used to stand.
If you're taking...
Interesting that he said that. I wonder if that's different if you haven't already beat the Khan. Or if it's just, you know, one of the stories so they can get away with it.
In food, he likes his sake filtered and his millet washed.
I'm sure he does.
I hope the ghost hears our prayers.
Hearing's one thing. Let's hope he answers them.
Travel to the ghost's offering site. I mean, I can fast travel to like 2 seconds away from it. Oh, looks like I've already been there accidentally.
That's my Sora.
However, I'll go on foot in case there's people on the way.
Wonder who's been impersonating me.
Yeah, would have missed this dialogue, I guess. Oh, it's only one line, never mind. Just accidentally kicked some. I hope they didn't die.
Must be the ghost's camp. Still warm. Drank every drop. He was here, maybe watching something. I should wait, see if he comes back. Movement near the camp. Bandits.
Of course, we can't all get along during the Mongol invasion.
Must be the ghost.
Exquisite.
Are you stealing sake? More thief than samurai.
For goodness sake, Lamau.
Don't hit those arrows. Where are you running off to? Better catch up. Time to meet the ghost.
That guy sure is injured. But it's some hardcore backseating now that you mention it.
Alright, ghost. Let's see if you left a trail.
He's copying Twitch chat.
Tracks. Clumsy.
Literally everyone ever in this game has always left tracks. They just there by coincidence. Or is that him? Oh, don't have time for this. Or do I? Nope, they're definitely nothing to do with this.
Enough. I'm looking for the ghost.
You and half the island. But we found him first.
This little rat shit owes us a fortune.
He owes me more.
One day, boy. Then we start snipping off toes.
So you're the hero everyone's talking about.
Oh no, I'm not the ghost, but I do work for him. There we were, fighting to save Iki Island, when those dead fox bandits attacked us. Took the ghost prisoner.
Where did they take him?
Their camp, just west of here. I've got one day to pay them back.
No, stay out of trouble. I will find your master. I have some questions for the ghost of Iki.
Horse!
Guess I didn't want the horse anyway. Oh, there you are. Oh, they've arrived. How many? Honestly, not that many.
Come and fight!
Didn't say anything about being quiet.
Can't wait to see him bleed.
Just have all my resolve back if you don't mind. Oh, I pressed that one too early, because I was reading the stupid button. Nice. Should have known better.
Get down! Get down! Down!
So yeah, apparently.
All right. You?
Lord Sakai, get me out of here.
Freaking you.
Pretending to be the ghost.
A respectful tribute.
Respectful. I should have known you were behind this.
I'm sorry, Lord Sakai. With Mongols everywhere, I couldn't take it anymore. Then I heard this Iki smuggler was prepping a one-way trip to the mainland. I had to get out.
And you didn't say goodbye.
You're always so busy.
If you were so eager to escape, how did you end up like this?
I got caught sneaking aboard the smuggler's ship. When word got out that I was stranded on Iki, some very bad locals hunted me down, tried to rob me.
Did you rob them first?
Skimmed profits and Sarasaka never hurt anybody.
So you're the most hated man on Iki. Half the island wants you dead, the other half you owe money. Am I close?
Lucky guess.
That doesn't explain the ghost act.
The people here hate me. But as the ghost, I could inspire the locals, rob the lowlifes, and
buy your way to the mainland.
Everybody wins.
I should leave. Let you deal with this mess.
But the ghost wouldn't do that, right?
Hold still.
Arms are still asleep.
Wake them up. I'll escort you to the campsite, but that's it.
About 1 second before he said you in all caps, I was like, okay, it's Kenji. Like, yeah. Of course it is. You can walk, I'll ride. Take your time. Okay, don't take that much time. He's stuck on a wall somewhere. I don't even see his outline. You kidding me right now? Whereas I shall take partial responsibility for abandoning him.
You're on your own.
Wait! You can't leave me here. Everyone on this island is out to get me.
What about your recruit?
You met Hugo. Is he alright?
He nearly lost his head trying to pay your ransom.
He's just a fisherman. The kid needs me. Help me find Hugo and I'll be out of your hair, I promise.
Oh, you better be close.
We agreed on a meeting place nearby, in case we were split up.
Lead the way.
That enthusiasm.
I thought you only had eyes for Tsushima. What brings you to Iki?
I came here with my father once. Years ago. Never thought I'd return. When I heard something terrible was happening here, I couldn't ignore it.
Wish I'd known about those rumors. All I heard was Iki is safe, not a Mongol in sight.
This friend of yours, how did you convince him to join your ghost performance?
The Eagle tribe sank the boat I used to get here. I almost drowned, but Fugu pulled me from the sea. I tried to ditch him, but he wouldn't listen.
He couldn't resist your charms.
Few can, my lord. Fugu! It's me!
I knew you'd escape, Master!
Oh dear.
The ghost lives to fight again!
Enough with the ghost talk, Fugu. You can call me Kenji. My friend here is the ghost.
Oh, I see. Well, someone called the Viper has a message for the ghost.
That's for me.
You're in trouble with the Viper of Hakata Bay?
He's the smuggler I told you about. The one with the ship ready to sail for the mainland. I tried sneaking on board, but he caught me. Now I owe him a small fortune if I want to keep my head and get off this island.
Then we better meet him and sort this out.
You're going to help me?
The ghost of Iki is going to help himself. I want to meet the smuggler who spent the last 20 years evading samurai capture.
This is still the same side quest, apparently. It's cool and all, but there's clearly a thing in here somewhere. Heated scrap of paper. Drank too much sake tonight after our victory. Pale victory, only barely had to lift a sword. I long for worthy foes. Feels like those in legend. Don't go following a clear day. I like to paper. I follow Kazumasa wherever it takes me. It lines really well. So be a rain doubt about what use samurai blade against nature's storm. Question mark. The end. I deserve that full damage. For putting so much effort into my read.
Here! What happened to your horse?
Nico? I had to trade him to the Viper as collateral. I hope he's alright.
Lord Shimura's been hunting the Viper for years. You're lucky he didn't take one of your hands when you tried to sneak aboard his ship.
He was about to chop off. other things, but I convinced him to save me a seat to the mainland. All it took was handing over Miko and promising to pay 10 times the asking price.
There's poison plants here, so obviously they've accounted for that too, the order of things.
You should know, the Viper doesn't like people like us.
People like us?
You know, tough guys. What's so funny?
Nothing.
Well, whatever you do, don't push it. This doesn't have to get ugly.
I don't think I need to add anything to that.
Wait here, Fugu.
Yes, I mean, Master Kenji.
What would the subject of my audiobook even be, other than records from the Ghost of Tsushima game of the video variety? Something else? I guess it's down there. And then there was a survivor camp back there with a person to talk
It's
to as
me,
well.
Kenji, the ghost of Iki. We're here to see the Viper.
Be calm, Kenji, and don't talk too much.
Who, me?
Where is my money?
An old man told me to reach his hidden treasure before the Mongols, a game he plays on fools, or could he have sailed with Blackhand Riku himself, question mark. Follow the coast up to the nearest watchtower. Wait, is this actually telling me about hidden treasure? I should probably actually pay attention. Coast up to the nearest watchtower when the sun touches the horizon, follow where the shadow leads you. Water's edge pace still forward 5 times the number of temples, sanctuaries on Iki. Don't know what that is. Turning left pace for the same as before, spy hole distant rock points the way. I will have to bear that in mind as a potential actual thing at some point. I was just going to do a troll reading and I was like, wait, is this actually telling me something? Unlike most of them. Whatever, one thing at a time.
You must be the Viper of Hakata Bay.
Who is the master, Kenji?
He's a friend. Jin Sakai.
Sakai.
Had a run-in with your father once. Never got the feeling back in my little finger. Cannot say I mourned him.
My father made enemies, but they're not mine.
Good. Old grudges are bad for business. How did this runt recruit a samurai?
Kenji said he tried to sneak aboard your ship. He regrets the insult.
That's me, stupid, disrespectful Kenji.
Now he owes you a small fortune.
A big fortune. If you came to negotiate, you are wasting my time.
Interesting how it now tells you whether it's, like,
If you're holding
what
out
kind of
for
action it
money,
is.
It's going to take Kenji a year to pay you back.
That is his problem.
And yours. You need payment today to fund your journey. And weather the Mongol invasion. Lower Kenji's payment. And we can settle up now. Or wait. And hope he survives long enough to pay you back in full.
Hey!
You have got a smart friend, Kenji. I think we can work something out, Lord Sakai. Those Eagle Tribe bastards stole my navigation charts. Maps of every smuggling route between China and Hakata Bay.
You need them to reach the mainland.
That is right. And if the Mongols break my code, they will learn every weakness in the Shogun's fleet.
That sounds very bad.
We can recover these charts. If you grant Kenji passage to the mainland.
You have yourself a deal. Keep an eye on Kenji. Trouble sticks to him like shit on rice.
Apparently this side quest is still going. There's a thing right there though, that must be that survivor camp I mentioned a minute ago. I have to talk to him to resume. Or what if I do resume it? I see. I guess he just waits then. Cool. He just appreciated the game. Quick look around this place, I guess. Not that I expect to find much, given that I don't really need any of the supplies of any kind. It's not going to stop me from collecting them, though. What else was there? There was a question mark back here, and I think the firefly lit up somewhere around here. Oh no, wait, never mind, I already got that one. It was the treasure clue thing. Seems like kinda not a very good reward for what is so far proving to be quite a long tail. This isn't the camp. See any blood? Never mind. Is that it? Wait, that one actually says not complete though, but this one up here wasn't an event, it was just a fast travel point. Interesting. So there's something to do here. Some dead people. That sure is a big fire. Is there anything else here? Time to try random crap. Maybe I need to set it. Actually, I can't need to set certain weather, can I? Because if I didn't have all the crickets from the other thing, that wouldn't make any sense. In that case, I have no idea what I'm doing. Interesting. Unless, of course, there's like another hidden thing around here somewhere. I did. Yes, I'm pretty sure I did. Spare him and walk away. Because his idea of honor is dumb. There seem to be a lot of feathers and stuff here. Is this meant to be some kind of clue? It's entirely possible that I'm just being rather a moron at this point. Or maybe I'm missing something from later in this particular island's plot, but probably not, or it probably would tell me like it does for the shrines. What else can I even do? Obviously that's the correct solution. I don't see anything else around though. Guess I will have a think while traveling and come back.
Sora, come on!
Is that a hot spring? It might be. I'll have a quick check. Kenji can just wait there for a while. Also, the weather is actually nice. Don't want to jinx it though.
Hello, little one.
The entrance was like totally unlocked.
Can't believe I almost lost Sora at sea. I can't lose another horse.
Must be different too if you don't have the Act 2 finished. Interesting. Eating some delicious fleas. What this? Let's figure out fast travel to the question marks that I already have there for sure. That way, if any of them are areas like this, then I can clear them to reveal some map. Looks like that's going exactly according to plan. Not much of a market now, is it? At least the menu's nice and responsive and stuff.
Forced to work.
Oh, I don't have many hours left, do I? Apparently they only noticed dead human corpses. He doesn't care about his eagle. I think the eagle was like trying to land on his shoulder, but then he like fell off the tower, so the eagle like followed him. Right, I need to kill an enemy with the Dance of Wrath. That can be arranged. And yes, an F for Megalion for missing that scene. Still 2 of my hot springs though, I think, if I'm remembering the totals correctly. Oh, came out to the worst possible time. Oh, he's got a mask on too.
Like the watchers on Tsushima. Hope they fire this thing.
Well, as much as I'd like to find out, I still haven't killed someone with the Dance of Wrath. I guess I'll do it now.
They've seen me.
Oh no. What a shame. Actually, that might be a shame. It seems like there's a lot more people here than I thought. Well, if I've just made it impossible for myself, then that's on me, I guess. No idea what he was doing. That's weird. Rip his hand. Always feels like a waste using their stance on archers though, because they can't like defend themselves for shit anyway. These guys have unique paces. Makes a change. I didn't need the Hwacha. Although having it shot at me would have kind of sucked, I guess. There's a lot of purple trees over there. I wonder if that's one of the mythic tales. Like on the mainland, where they were often related to like a colour of flower. More metal that I'm never going to need. Convenient. It is nice having a new place to explore. Quick once around this place and see if the Firefly lights up for records. At least there's no Mongol artifacts.
He says he'll surrender to the Eagle tribe. Seek them out willingly.
He turned traitor?
No, he keeps hearing about their poison. All the things it makes you see and hear. And he wants to try it out himself.
Anything to escape this invasion, I guess.
That was a good trick.
Yeah, the video is recording, and I should hopefully actually try getting into the habit of keeping YouTube up to date this time. Did he just fall off? Couldn't tell if he slid down or if he just fell off. Wasn't paying attention, but he just kind of appeared in the corner. This place seems a lot smaller after everyone's dead. Well, moving on to these. That looks like it might be a haiku. Just based on its position. It probably isn't though, because the other one wasn't too far away. This is one of them super unnecessary golden birds, isn't it? Hey, but even tried to have it follow me. Or me follow it, rather. I know what I'm talking about. I don't. They patched it again to change the icons to be coloured. Because on the PS5, the triangle, circle, cross and square are all the same colour. People are not a fan, understandably so, because it's been, you know, they've each had their own colour since the PS1. Two sets of two for more resolve, it seems. As much as I would like to explore these in a bit more detail, I suppose I'll do it whenever there's not any immediate question marks available. Like this. There is something up there. Or I can reach it from here, or if I'm meant to swing from somewhere. Doesn't look like I can make it from the horse. Oh, this maybe. By the firefly, I didn't detect that. Oh, this place looks nice. The Zasho River.
Quickly, Sora!
It is a cat sanctuary.
It's an ambush.
Excuse me.
Bastards! You paid for that.
Ow. Is that it? I don't want to collect the crap, but I can't see them, so forget it.
It was wrong to shed blood here. It's so peaceful.
Not like that was much of a choice. Or just there's an accessibility option that makes this not be necessary. In general, it has some pretty good accessibility.
My mother did this. She lured me away from study and practice with the promise of pears or dried melons, then lied to my father and said we'd studied all afternoon. She told me sometimes living is more important.
Good parent. There feels like a sanctuary again. I wonder how much it's improved. It's going to give me a pop-up, or I have to check. I guess I'll have to check. Also, thank you very much for the small welcome back gift. It is greatly appreciated, and I will be sure to, at the very least, finish this and then whatever else was on my to-do list from way back when. Which still exists somewhere other than my head. I just need to find it. Oh, it was a full-on charm, wasn't it? Or was it? There you go. 20 meters. Oh yes, Hollow Knight, that was it. Yeah, I suppose I should do that next. As much as I would love to pet them all, I'll be here forever. Okay, that shrine looks really far, so forget that. It's kind of tempting to just go around all the shrines, honestly. Continue the Kenji quest. Looks like he's already made his own way there. Hopefully I didn't miss any interesting dialogue. Wait, what's this?
Let's go, son.
I don't mind a bit of rain, but when it's like a constant storm, that's annoying. Whoops. It's fine.
I don't know about you, but I'm aching to raid the Izuhara coast again.
Question mark over there. And there was a guy at like a camp earlier that had a speech bubble, but I don't see anyone willing to offer me the same dialogue here.
Hoping another massive rain washes these bastards away.
It would take us too.
No, we know where it floods.
Steve. Babe. There you are.
At least with the samurai, you knew what to expect. If this eagle tribe marched around like they did, we'd have already
Play over this other guy. Wait, you better not be playing the rain song. Is this your fault?
Burn our homes all the same.
Interesting. Doesn't really go with this though. Huh. So these are quite close together. Looks like it's going to be one of them things inside that cave. Another painting of some of the franchise, no doubt. Wait, is it up this? Oh. Let's just aim for silver again until we have a few more under our belt. Actually wasn't far off the gold there. Yeah, this seems like it'll be quite doable once the charm is improved. Like I could probably even do that one now if I really wanted to. Ah, I see, so each little blip on the thing is 0.1 seconds, I guess. Wow, this charm's going to be insane when it's maxed, isn't it? What the hell? If I'm correct. Maybe the extra 0.2 seconds will let me gold it now. I guess I can try it one more time. If not, I'm not going to bother retrying them for ages though. I don't care about doing it with like a low percent run or whatever. I'll just come back with a better charm. That's fine by me. Nice. Well, I guess while it's equipped I can go and try the other one more time. But this is the first one I came across, so surely this should theoretically be the easiest, right? What happens if you start shooting early? Wow, my aim just wasted like half the concentration. Okay, that was pretty fresh. In fact, that wasn't even close. Yeah, I'll worry about that one later, I think. Doesn't seem like it lets you use the longbow, which I guess makes sense. Back on track. Apparently it's been 2 hours already, which is interesting. Ow. Few flowers here, but nothing spectacularly interesting. Ah, supplies. I haven't done a supply wagon here yet, so I'll try one just in case it's different. Don't know what you're talking about, there's nothing here. That seems to be about the same as it always was. Adds a 10% chance for host charge impacts to recover 3 resolve. Host charge impacts 25 seems terrifying. I'll just get the wind thing, I think, so that I have them all. Even though I don't need it because I'm going to explore everywhere thoroughly anyway, but meh. Now the page is done and I can be happy. Interesting music considering they're all dead. Or running.
This place. Something brought me here.
Yes, your horse. What is this?
My father burned this house in search of raiders. How could I have forgotten?
You do not belong here. I know you, samurai. The land has not yet recovered since last you came. How many trees and vines and grasses have burned at your hands?
More than I care to admit. But I haven't come to Iki to do more harm.
Then go. Let nature heal without your intrusion.
The Mongols do not respect human life, let alone a blade of grass. I can stop them from destroying this land again. Leave it better than I found it.
You'll make it better with your absence. But if you will not be dissuaded, come.
I believe I should probably untrack the side quest for now, so I don't get confused.
There. Mongols destroy the forest to fuel their conquest. Remove them, and then remove yourself.
I see a dead body over there too at some point.
I can't see through the fog, but I hear them. I'll make sure they don't trouble the forest any longer. Hello? How could she hide so quickly?
Just not gonna give me a thing. It's not this, is it? It can't be.
No tracks.
It's just a coincidence. So what are Mongols? I should probably try to get some resolve back.
Are you cowards?
It's either that or die here. The enemy type wasn't prepared, I guess. It just sounds like he needs some throat medication.
Where are you? If you can hear me, I hope I have protected the land the way I did not as a boy.
The heck?
Sora!
Good horse.
Don't suppose there'll be anything back over here now. Oh, actually is.
This note's addressed to me. That's my Sora.
That was probably one of them interesting random non-marked mini-quest things I was talking about before. That's what it seems to have been, at least. Although, I don't know, it kind of seemed like it had a bit much to it for it to just be one of them, but maybe that's the point. Quick look around, though. Found a question mark. This is going to set all my items and stuff again, isn't it?
This canyon. My father died not far from here. You cheated. I don't know how, but I'm certain you did.
You owe me 20 mon. Come, let's get back to camp.
I was taught that debts owed to swindlers are not to be honored.
I was taught there's no shame admitting defeat by a superior opponent.
Next time we compete, I would like to inspect your arrows.
You bring them on, I'll bring the arrows.
One last battle. One final fight. Then we begin preparations to leave this stinking island.
Pardon me. I must speak with my father.
Of course.
The Shimura stewards can collect taxes and tend the manure fields.
Father, a word.
Yes. Walk with me. What is it?
After this campaign, don't you want to stay? Bring Iki Island under your control.
It's not for me. Only in the battlefield are my homes. And you? Would you stay and rule this place?
I thought I would. But after everything we've been through, I feel more alive in battle than any other time.
You are Sakai.
What do you mean?
Let the Shimuras of this world keep records and manage councils. We are the lightning in the storm. The avalanche that topples a mountain. That is Clan Sakai.
I understand, Father.
I once judged you soft, unfit. Our time together has given me...
Lord Sakai, pardon my intrusion. Our scouts bring urgent news.
Yes, one moment. I must go. Prepare your things. Follow my lead today. Everything will be fine.
What were you going to say, Father? What did our time together give you? I've often guessed, but will never know.
I see. Except not really. Start trying to take it. There is another one. Noises make you jump further. Everyone knows that. Place is pretty neat. There is always a go-to in a haiku, of course. Those two are like complete opposites. Oh, there's another hot spring up there. Believe I should maybe go up there now. I can't even remember the first two I picked, so I'll just go with this one. I'm so good at this.
Waters dancing down.
I was just like, oh yeah, steam, I want to go up there.
A summit looms too distant. Streams never flow back.
Right, there's the steam. Let me confirm my theory. Indeed. Yeah, I'm up for trying to climb that, I guess. That way, maybe. Uh-oh. Might have slightly misjudged that one. This way seems easier. Till the end of my days I will collect the bamboo that I do not need simply because it shines. There's something else to show me. I swear if you're pointing to this hot spring, you are, aren't you? Do I get down there without death? Or even better question, do I want to go down there before having gone up? Methinks I do not. Plenty of wildlife around here. Question mark must be the hot spring, right? Yep. Gold babes every 2 minutes. That sure is a dead person. Like the firefly or something to collect around here when I'm done with this too.
Strange to be back here after so many years. And to leave Tsushima now, with the Mongols at our throats. I hope they're all right.
There's an entire new pixel of health. Throw a thing here. Oh, I only just entered range though, so it must be quite far. Be right at the top of there. There it is. If I could hear a thing gently blowing in the breeze from 60 meters away. Or do I? And then I go back to the haiku. There was a golden bear trying to take me downwards or something. Unless that was actually just going to come back up and bring me out there, which is also possible. Actually, let's see. Oh, I already have all of those apparently. I thought there was 3. There's 1 haiku, 3 bamboo. One shrine. 1 more pillar of honor. Let's go from here, maybe. That is true, although most of the totals are shared with the main island. But even just looking at the map, I guess we have seen... I mean, if you're going to go with what's been just revealed raw, that's like, well, almost half. But I'm sure there'll still be plenty to do. I imagine the next one will be mostly quest related. This is rather wide open. So many other fires, they seem like side quests and stuff. Archery. Go on then, I'll have a go. Almost impressed. Thanks, mate. I'm 0.7 now. I'll give this one more try. Okay, I think what I need to do is not charge it up quite so much. Oh, screw that one up.
No other way to settle it.
I hadn't even noticed it, to be honest, but you are quite correct. I don't even want to see one in real life.
You deserve the best, boy.
That could have gone worse.
More guards than I expected.
Sure isn't a bay.
Maybe I should keep quiet. Anything goes wrong, I'll give a signal. Bird call. No, screaming monkey. Shh.
It's a guy like right there. Am I allowed to kill these? Wait, did it say I have to stay silent? It didn't. He has a helmet. Needs a longbow. And of course all my supplies have gone again. Sorry to interrupt. Let's use all Maro's weapons, why not, right? That wasn't the best idea. So this is not the armor for fighting in the hay. Well, they seem to be dead. I actually don't mind grasshoppers, but having said that, the only ones I've ever seen are extremely small. There was one on the windowsill in here shortly after we first moved in. I believe I sent an extremely low quality photo of it at some point.
The Viper's navigation charts. Time to go.
Oh, on. I misread that as in. I was like, yeah, I don't want to be finding one inside a closed location that I'm not expecting. No, thank you. I'll take pretty much any insect over spiders, though. Including giant grasshoppers. Suppose if there's going to be anything interesting here, I can check later. It's not a fast travel, though. Probably missing more than like a record or two, though. That looks cool. The thing in the distance.
Any luck?
I've got it. Let's go.
Rip me off, will they?
Thanks for the teleport, I guess.
Just in time. Good work. Everything is here. We'll just need a few minutes to check my maps. Then we set sail.
What about the people we sent ahead of us?
Settled on board, but we are at capacity. Have to dump all expendable cargo. There's only room for one more passenger. Ready to set sail, Kenji?
When do we leave?
Soon. We wait for no one. Pleasure doing business with you, Lord Sakai.
And you.
Sure you don't want in? I could hide you in one of my sake barrels. It's a tight squeeze, but with a little cooking oil, those narrow hips.
I'll pass. I'm not finished here yet.
Well, I guess this is goodbye.
Keep some of your best sake chill for me. We'll celebrate when this is all over.
I'd like that.
Forget something, Master?
Yeah, my common sense. Take my seat on the ship. You earned it.
But, Master...
Get moving before I change my mind.
I didn't think you had it in you.
I'll scrape by. Fugu, I didn't like his chances. It's better this way. Besides, you didn't think you'd get rid of me that easily, did you?
I'm not that lucky.
This calls for a drink.
To the ghost of Iki.
To forgetting all about him.
It's interesting because about 1 second before he said that, I was going to be like, oh, I guess this quest only unlocks after you've finished all of Kenji's tales on the mainland then. But clearly that's not the case if he's not actually sailing. Interesting. Gain resolve after successfully performing a safe landing. I mean, I pretty much never do them except outside of combat though. Although I guess it is a way to farm infinite free resolve easily.
Free drinks and extra coin for Mongol heads.
Horse is missing a saddle. Indeed, call me surprised. Although having said that, I do wonder if that quest does still only appear after you finish the rest of Kenji's tales, because it's all kind of, you know, building through his character development. It would be weird to, like, do this tale and then go back and do, like, Kenji Tale 2 of 3 where he's a moron. So, I don't know.
I've had enough of your women. You want to defend yourself, then trade.
If you find yourself near Zasho Bay, I hear you can take shelter among the ship wreckage that's washed ashore.
I'll keep that in mind. Are others gathering there?
A few. They're hiding out from the Mongols and trading stories about the Sakai invasion.
The Sakai invasion. I'd like to hear one of these stories.
Mythic Tale. Sakai horse armor. I want that. Couldn't really be any further away though, could it? Anyway, I shall be right back for a couple of minutes. I don't know how much longer I'm going to go for, but, you know, burb. I have returned. This shrine is really close, maybe we can have another look. In fact, it has text on the thing as you mouse over it, so surely that's related. Hunter. Bean. Arrows are hunty. Which would be Tadayori's armor. That would imply being a full health too, which I am. Don't have any Yu-Gi-Oh cards, so it can't be to do with the duel. I played the song for the good weather. Quick look around. I notice there's a lot of feathers. Is this a reference to something? Bloodstained Shrine. Hey Lily, you've played Bloodborne, right? Is this a reference by any chance? And if so, help me with the riddle. There isn't really any blood anywhere except for the moon thing here. The riddle is there on the screen. A forgotten shrine. It is Bloodborne. Huh. Do I need to know Bloodborne to work this out though? Surely not. This is the one I got for dueling stuff, right? That's the one I got from Tadayori. That's the closest thing I have to dueling. Reject death. I mean, I have the ability to revive myself from death, but does that mean I have to kill myself here? Oh, it was just a single heal. Interesting, except for the bit where I never wear this outfit. Don't like the auto-equips the hat, but hey. Okay, so you do just literally have to solve the riddles. So in this case it was wear the outfit that you get for doing all the duels and heal, apparently. I get the feeling these are going to be quite difficult. The Bloodborne thing was a coincidence, I guess. Right, I would really like to do the Mythic Tale simply because it's there. But it's so far away. I guess there's no harm in at least approaching it and getting some Fast travel points marked along the way, though. And yes, those straw hats are quite interesting. Haven't seen a single merchant yet, by the way. We get to new areas now, yeah. They'll just follow this river. Ah. Small area, big area, small area. How much resolve do I have? Pretty much none whatsoever. How much enemies with a black powder bomb? I only have one of those, because I just killed myself with one. So we're gonna make a lot of noise. It's a lot of blood. You see any signs of... Oh, no, never mind. Right there. I was gonna say, distracted with combat here. How do I get over there? I don't know if it lets me use my grapple while in ghost mode. But they came to me, so it's all good. It's a chanty man. There we go. He sounds like he needs urgent help. Be the last one. Ow. Oh, very rude. Anyone left? Not close enough to hear my whistle, apparently. Well, I'll just take all these supplies then. Also, what is with this weather? Oh, this camp is bigger than it looked. There's some like on top of that hill and everything. That is quite a lot of blood. But why though? I need to sneeze, so I'm going to mute for a sec. But the sneeze never happened, unfortunately. It is the worst. What's going on here? Hard to tell if he's playing the drummer or if he's demanding his food immediately. That's a good smoke bomb. Those ears, though. The rest of it was frozen. There's a deer sanctuary right here as well, it seems. The first one, right? Yeah, it's always interesting when you get control of the camera back before the character. Some things in this game work like incredibly well, and then there's some other things, minor things.
My mother loved the deer.
Interesting.
Honored them. I'll play one of her songs for them.
It's just a song that plays when you clear an area of enemies.
My mother would sit us down by deer like these, and have me recite poems from Kokinshu for them. I struggled. Whenever I faltered, she would pick up right where I left off. She knew it all by heart.
Bows can shoot up to 3 arrows at once if you have enough ammo. .5 seconds to lock onto a target set. I didn't know you could lock onto heads specifically anyway. I mean, I guess whether that's useful or not depends on how it spreads the arrows. Again, probably want to doubt I'll bother with at least until I've found the rest of the shrines to power it up. I think these requires a full-on scene apparently. Hey, this isn't your sanctuary. Why are you here? The cat do be going wherever there's food. Well, I don't remember seeing any fireflies here, so I guess I'll just go that question mark rather than looking around the place again.
Even tried feeding one temptation.
Although I do wonder if there's going to be any dialogue from people here. There's still that one survivor camp I never went back to. It's just like a huge pile of deer hides. I also wonder what happens if you fail to play the song, and at some point I'm guessing I'm going to find out whether I want to or not. Okie dokie. That one wasn't very hard, I just screwed up. I'll try that again.
Keep going. One step at a time.
Oops. And we screwed up again. Oh, I'm going for that one last stream, maybe I should start with it, but
I should stand watch at the refuge.
still made it despite the miss. This armor's ability to pull back the string faster is very helpful. And an entire extra second on concentration now, that's pretty good. Plus the extra 2 seconds from the armor, which makes 3 in total so far. Pretty handy. That'll be basically cheating by the time that's fully powered up. Let's at least watch the intro to the Mythic Tale. It should have one of them fancy painted things and it's like all the main game ones.
Oh, don't bother going to the camp at Nagata Lake. Raided by Mongols.
Did any survive?
They did. Our monk gave himself as ransom to save us. But without his skills, we're done anyway.
If he's still alive, I can bring him back to help you. That would be worth it.
I'll try to forget.
If he wasn't a monk, then rip that guy. And he doesn't deserve my help. This is a reference to one of the mythic tales from the main game. The guy who gives you the longbow. The, like, demon fight. Neat. So he was here looking for it at some point. Oh, you're right there.
Can't give up yet, boy.
Maybe next time I'll actually get to start on some of the main quests here. I say as though it's totally not my fault. there. Far too lazy to switch stances.
Please, help me!
You'll be free soon.
They took us captive, then killed him. The old man who took care of the monkeys.
Where did this happen?
The old camp overlooking Saruiwa. They're rounding up all the animals there. Who knows for what?
Find shelter. I'll look into it.
Another one where they're wrecking all the animals. Maybe there's one for each animal type. Damn straight. It's like a town or what? Ah, finally a merchant. Can sell all of this excess that I've never needed.
We've weathered bad times. We'll do it again.
You haven't seen what the Eagle Tribe can do.
And you're too young to remember the samurai invasion, the pain we endured, the people we lost.
What is it, Firefly Man?
Been on a journey.
I offer a variety of goods.
And a new voice line, apparently. I mean, sure.
Buy me out. I love it. That's all?
Can afford them, so why not, right?
If you find trouble, don't bring it back.
Oof. There you go first. Please don't go any higher. That's quite the limited amount of resources you're buying there. I mean, selling. Wow. I was like, yeah, I'll restock here after it's taken all my things away, but apparently I won't.
Everyone needs more eventually.
That guy's useless. I've never seen such a useless traveler.
Monkey coming up to you like that?
Much rather a deer. I feel like the kami bless me.
I hear there are some who can calm creatures, gently play.
Well, let's watch this then.
Who are you? Thought I knew every face on Iki.
Just a traveler. Stranded here by the Eagle Tribe.
You're welcome to join us. If you want to hear an old man complain about the past.
We survived one invasion, and we can do it again. Or have you all forgotten how much we suffered at the hands of the samurai?
That was nothing compared to the danger we face now.
Nonsense. You are too young to know anyway. It's past time I remind you all about the dark days of the samurai invasion. About the brutality of Kazumasa Sakai. 15 years ago, our home was invaded by an army of ruthless samurai. Their leader was Kazumasa Sakai, the Butcher of Iki. He rode to battle atop his demonic beast, shielded with armor as black as his master's heart. Luckily, the Butcher made a grave mistake when he came to Iki. He brought his whelp of a son. Our bravest warriors hunted the boy, not to kill, but to tempt his bloodthirsty father. Kazumasa gave chase, then rode into a trap. His armored horse met a grisly end, but the Butcher and his runt son survived, then fled like cowards.
Enough of these lies. That is not what happened.
I lived near Senjo Gorge. I saw it with my own eyes.
So did I.
Who are you?
My name is Jin Sakai. Kazumasa Sakai was my father. He gave his life trying to help this island.
Hell! He murdered us!
Your people repaid his help by murdering him.
Is that why you're here? To avenge your father and take my head?
You may be a liar, but you are not my enemy.
He says with his hand hovering over his sword.
Yet.
Stop it! You're acting like wild dogs!
I came here to help, not for revenge. You mentioned my father's horse armor. After he died, we never recovered it.
We know.
Tell me where it is, and I can use it to ride against the Eagle tribe.
I would die before I help a samurai.
It's time you leave.
Obviously, he wasn't a fan of the reaction meme face he had going in the story. Wow, rude.
He knows something about my father's horse armor, but he'll never tell me. Unless I listen in on him, without being seen.
You're not welcome here.
Get to the camp to hear the rest of the story. And pirating is entertainment. Wait, why are these being shown as new? Oh, it did count.
One more word about noble samurai, and I would have...
Jin!
Yobai visits. One letter off Yabai. Also, I need to remember this hidden treasure. It mentions Black Hand Riku, which is the name of this tale that I have yet to find.
6 family members to the samurai invasion.
What about the rest of your story?
Ah, yes. I was just getting to the good part. Kazumasa fell for our traps and lost his armored horse. As our warriors closed in, the butcher and his boy fled into Senjo Gorge. The samurai limped through the canyon and ran headfirst into an ambush. There was no grand battle. Only a few raiders with dull blades. But that was all it took. One swing to end the life of Kazumasa Sakai. While the samurai slunk home, we recovered the armor from Kazumasa's mount. Over the years, our finest horses wore that armor. Every one of them killed its rider, as if possessed by the butcher's vengeful spirit. So we sold his horse's armor to the Ida merchant family. The cursed armor left our shores aboard the merchant fleet as a storm descended on our island. The sky roared with the thunder of 1,000 charging samurai, and the raging tempest shattered the Ida ships against our rocky coastline. The ruins of that doomed fleet still choke Zasho Bay, and somewhere in that watery graveyard lies the cursed armor once worn by the horse of Kazumasa Sakai.
Wow, that's quite a big search radius, isn't it? Okay, so what happens if I just showed myself to them now?
Sounds like something over there.
Oh. They're just gonna throw me out, so I don't want to, like, kill them.
Take him, bastard!
Okay, good. Guess I'm just straight up not allowed in there for now. Hopefully that'll change
Father's
after this,
horse armor
because...
is still lost in Zasho Bay. Armor should be on the merchant's lead ship, marked by the Ida family banner. Was it gold or red?
Because if I can't get back in there, then that's going to be interesting when it comes to collecting that thing I missed with the Firefly earlier. That would kind of suck. Looks like it's going to be a fun one. I feel like I meant to work my way across the top over there. Anyway up there, or am I to start from the opposite side and work my way over to this way? Because there's clearly lots of places to stand and ropes and stuff up there. Stand and have a look first, before just starting to swim randomly. Up there maybe. Yeah, that's looking promising. Fireflies at it again. Oh, okay, never mind, this might just be for that banner. But I still want it, even if so. I guess I go this way then. That leads over there, and yeah, I jumped that gap. That's where I tried to grab before from the rock. Seems about right. Okay. I actually do not believe I know that song. In fact, I don't think I know any of theirs except for whatever the one from Wreck-It Ralph is called. Actually, my musical genius knows no bounds. Right, I can go that way, which is clearly correct, or this way. Why would I want to go this way? Can I even grab that? Maybe this is some kind of optional, like, flower cache or something. It actually looks like this is not the way I'm supposed to be going. I don't think I can grab that from here. It seems too far away. So let's forget that. For now, at least. I do like some of this music. Camera. Hello. It's nice and all, but I was grabbing supplies, if you don't mind. Oh, maybe I had to come down here anyway. Suck to fail that and have to go around again. This just feels like a shrine at this point. Platforming TM. Speaking of which, I wonder if the charm from the island shrine is any good. Maybe we should set the wind there and try it. Oh. Interesting. I hope that was supposed to happen. And I didn't, like, waste my opportunity. head for the shinies. Doing this from this close seems like a terrible idea. But I wasn't wrong. Just down there, I guess. Seem to be much out here. Can I get up there? There's a negative. Right, where did I just come from? And more importantly, how do I make use of the thing that I just pulled down? So, came from this way, right? What does that actually do for me? Do I have to go around again from that bit? Perhaps. That's what it's looking like to me. Does seem to be the case. I'm pretty sure I won't be able to change the weather here, even if I tried. And yeah, you're not wrong. I'm not even going to know that one. Straight up is. Kind of feels like Sea of Thieves, but better. Right, let's see. There's a no for the pun. And Lily's comment, I assume, is in reference to the Sea of Thieves thing I just said. In which case, yeah, more or less. Oh, okay. Not even a chance to admire the quality seaweed. I see, so I have to get through, like, the whole thing. So, let us watch the wave pattern for a second. It looks like it's just doing them in order. It does feel very different to most of the other areas in the game so far, so it's got that going for it. spicy thing. What of these paths do I need to do first? Well, that answers that question. That really hurt. Oh no, it didn't. Oh, there's that as well though. Well, before that, let's try this way. I think maybe I need to... oh no, I think... yeah, this is the way. That hole down there is just for if I fall off. Probably.
My father's horse armor. We'll see if it fits Sora.
Thanks for that. Stopping me from holding the button after I'd already started. I guess you're just going to wear that all the time now, and it'll change colour with the saddle or whatever.
Suits you well, Sora. Curse or not, you wouldn't throw me, would you, boy? You look just like my father's horse. May this armor protect you in battle.
May this armor halve your speed because it looks like it weighs about 5 tons.
They found the survivors' camp. Come, Sora.
More resilient to attacks while mounted. Horse charge deals 50% more damage. Kill brutes with a single hit. Nice. Include a 10% chance of recovering 3 resolve. Neat. Why would I ever want a saddle at this point then? I was around telling everyone that Ishin Sakai had to recall his armor. It's like half the Mongols. Some decent resolve beans. Obviously they should let me back in after this. Grab the collectibles. Wow, he recovered immediately from getting kicked. That's good for him, I guess. Quite the health pool you got there, my dude. You used to have to pause to change outfit, but at least the menus are really quick and responsive.
Samurai.
Impossible! Your horse. Is that...
The horse armor of Kazumasa Sakai, restored to his son, and cursed no more.
After everything I said, you saved us.
I am sorry for everything you lost to the samurai. I can't bring your family back, Jiro. But I will fight for Iki in their memory.
You're better with words than your father.
I will stand by them.
Good. It's the least you can do. I never thought I would say this, but... thank you, Lord Sakai.
This would look better if I was wearing my full helmet and stuff, but it doesn't even let me around here because I cannot show that I am from Clan Sakai. And yes, that makes a change, doesn't it? Why did it even give me anything for leveling up? Never mind. Twice as much ammo. Really do not need that, even slightly. Maybe that's why none of the trappers around here sell actual ammunition, because they want the charm to have a purpose. Ah, okay, so these banners give you die for the armor, and the ones on the regular island give you the die for the saddles. Okay, makes sense. And only one short of my first. At least there's one more mythic tale still to find. Wait, why is it actually pointing me to the banners now? Or at least to one of them. Unless that's where the guy is. I suppose I can go there and check. But first there was a firefly thing somewhere around here. Why is it playing the enemies on nearby music? It's not enemy territory. I don't see anyone. It's very foggy. See if we can fix that.
I hit those lanterns faster as it's ever been done. So I've been told.
I don't think I've ever seen you use a bow.
Traded chicken today for a jade bow. Special.
Equipped for battle?
You're still garbage. I still can't even sell you most of the stuff I actually care about.
It will be worth something once this invasion is over.
Stop for a while.
Ah, guy. Not just any guy, but a supposedly useful guy.
Ship came out of nowhere, fired a huge volley of burning arrows at us. We lost our homes, everything.
I'm sorry. Where did this happen?
Midway along the western coast. Be careful. The bastards blast anyone they see.
Stay safe. I'll see what I can do.
Confused. I mean, this is clearly the eastern coast, unless this is south, so why are they calling it west? Unless I am, of course, extremely tired and being dumb.
Call her Eagle. Some sort of Mongol spiritual leader.
What's wrong with you? You look like you've seen a ghost.
Last night, there were blue glowing lights out in the water. Like a pack of onigiri.
Did you say like a pack of onigiri?
Wasn't. You can see for yourself. The lights were just off the northeast side of the island. Something bad is going on there.
I feel the Firefly was doing a thing around here at some point, but I guess I can just use all the guiding winds to find the stuff when I'm done. Alright, let's go see why it feels the need to point this out in particular. Yeah, wearing this doesn't seem to negatively impact the horse in any way, so it's just straight up better than the saddle. Of course, if you do it on your second horse after you finish the game, then Best Boy Horse never gets to wear it. But the reverse is also true, in that it is a much bigger feels impact the other way around. Now, this is the guy who trades the banners for the dies, I suppose. Can I fast travel now?
Hello, traveler. I see you're not from these parts. Thought I knew every raider worth a damn on this island.
It's the American
Whose
one.
crew
Really.
are you on?
I prefer to work alone. My name's Jin.
I'm Tsubaki. Make my living in the dye trade for horse armor.
I recovered some horse armor recently, once worn by the Mount of Kazumasa Sakai.
I heard that armor's cursed. If your horse doesn't kill you, maybe we can help each other. Seen any Sakai banners in your travels? The weather's stripped them of color, so now they're as white as death. The people of Iki used them to mark places where the samurai suffered humiliating defeats.
Someone should take them down. Let those old wounds heal, so we can focus on the fight ahead of us.
Nice idea. Might even work. But I'm in it for the cloth. Bring me those banners, and I'll use them to test my new dyes. Might even have some left over for you.
More than a fair trade. Take care, Tsubaki.
Is it though?
I found some Sakai banners.
But not enough. Come back when you have more. And when my hands aren't so full.
Still playing the enemies on nearby music. Oh, there actually is a guy down there though. He seems to just be randos though, so I don't think I care. So there's a side quest here, there's a police there. There's that lighthouse that I couldn't get in yet. There's a side quest there that actually isn't very far from this camp, so I could do that one. But I also wonder how far away some of this other stuff is. Maybe I should go and do the shrine just to get the charm, because it's the last one I need. Wait, there's a tracker for Sakai banners, and then... Oh no, never mind. That was the objective marker. Right. Well, any of the south or supposedly north shore if the other description is anything to go by. So let's go the rest of the way. They call it around 4 hours, but we'll see. I will need to be finding something to eat at some point. I've not been doing enough of that in general lately. And you're welcome to your random hostage or whatever you're doing. Have fun. Boy, that looks inviting. Maybe like a maze or something. Like I should go around the edge one time first. Don't need that anymore. Firefly manners appeared. Ah, yeah, there's one in there. A lot of crabs here. Excellent for anyone who enjoys crab. Is that the mainland over there? Quite a big landmass. Pack of Oni-chan sounds like the kind of thing Lily's into, honestly. Nice sunrise, by the way. Kami of Fertility Uwu. Consider me hydrated, thank you. That looked like a ledge, but I guess not. Wait, there's like several in here. Oh, no, is that a man? Oh, it's a monkey. Close enough. Sure, a lot of these things around conveniently. That would have been hard to miss. Use saddle available, returns to the monk. That's not the right message. Like overwrote the correct message. That's not what I meant to do. This is some quality lighting, by the way. I'll see what it's over here. Apparently it's not going to let me. Wow, you can't just hide random cosmetics in the middle of a shrine. I won't be equipping that. Oh, this one has a lot of ways to choose from. Straight ahead. That'll be some linen. Or it would if I could ever align the camera. Respect monk. E. Is this progress or optional? Because there's also a ledge over there. Don't know if I can reach that one though, but it might just be for flowers. I guess I'll go check. I guess they just both lead to the same place. I'll take it. Secret stash. There's loads of random cosmetics around here. I hope the wind of vanity points to all those correctly. Down there. I saw that waxwood as well. I was supposed to be able to turn there, but it doesn't look like it. Supposed to drop here? Apparently so. Honestly, that was a blind jump. I had no idea what I was aiming for there. Sometimes in shrines in particular, falling off on purpose is good because you get some of the hidden optional flowers. In fact, there is one over there. Not sure how to reach that yet. The answer has been found. Bamboo sure did fit in that box. I no longer have any idea which way is forward or backwards, because there was like two. Let's just pick away and see what happens. Here where that waxwood was. That was my phone. It was just an alarm to remind me to take the rubbish out. Well, I made it to the shrine, but I didn't get to that waxwood area, so I might have to work my way back on foot and see if I can. Instead of just doing the return to entrance thing, if it's even here. At this point, they can probably get in the bin with the rest of it, yeah, honestly. Press L2 to focus on an enemy who has begun to detect you. I'm not sure that's as useful as it's trying to make it sound. You can already tell where they're coming from just by looking at the UI thing. I mean, I don't even need the waxwood. There's really no point in me going back here manually on foot, but why not, right? And then I'll fast travel back to that woman. Give her the banners. Oh, it's just right there. Okay. So it was the same place. Like the 20th waxwood that I don't need. Well, I guess we're done here. Let's go and see if this is any good.
I found some Sakai banners for your work.
I remember seeing those banners when the samurai first arrived. I was with my older brother. Our parents were busy getting ready to help the raiders' defense. They told us to hide inland, but we were bored. So Jubei and I climbed the mountain and I looked out to sea. At first there was nothing. Then, just before sunrise, the samurai ships appeared in the fog. I grabbed my brother's hand, squeezed it so hard my nails bit into his skin, but he didn't say a word. Funny. I haven't thought about that day in years.
Maybe more banners will stir your memory.
I hope not. Here, I have some dye left over that should suit your horse nicely.
Oh, we the baddies. One every 6. I mean, we could try it, I guess.
I found some Sakai banners.
But not enough. Come back when you have more. And when my hands aren't so full.
So much sure working outside in the rain is the best way to make dye. But again, I ain't no expert. So, wonder how far the rest of the bamboo is. There's this one in this general direction. Just tell me how many places there are to liberate. Oh, there's only 6. In that case, maybe I will go for this after all. Reveal the rest of this side first, though. Decisions. Yeah, forget it. Order for me.
Let's go, son.
These colours are sure interesting. Looks like if I go up and left, there's a bridge. This would be it. Guess I'll just have to do a once over once I'm done with most of the stuff for the little crappy leftovers I leave. The way the dual sense vibration changes for a second when you move from like the dirt onto the rock and back again. It's quite immersive. We have a bonus objective. Kill enemies with poison darts. That I can do. Wow, I just went right through his legs. And done. I still don't have any of those. Okie dokie. I really don't need to be quiet.
These animals are caged to be shipped away.
Just saw. Oh, I guess it's the noise actually of the monkey. Maybe that was a terrible idea.
Моцэй, ямар тааш бэлэн байгаарай. Дараа мултарч чадахгүй.
That works. Just missed the chain assassinate there. Hey, but what if I just poisoned out you? Then you panic. You survive a heavy arrow through the helmet. Wow, he has a lot of health. Surprise. Can't team up. His announcement tone sure sounds different. Ah, so that's why it sounds so familiar. This guy's given up completely. He misjudged that stab. Now run. Why you didn't announce that one? That's totally cheating. He just got kicked in the face. There is anything around here, apparently.
Always been the weakest game on the island. But
I'm gonna mute again because the sneeze is returning to me. Hopefully it'll actually come out this time. This line here, I hoped you would be ready to drink of the sacred medicine. That is quite sus.
traitors?
Maybe Yamaneko got tired of being the butt.
And yeah, the sneeze still didn't come out.
Started eyeing the
It is the worst. Question marks around here? 3, in fact. Like, the island itself is about the same size as one of the other areas, maybe a little smaller, but it's definitely a bit more densely populated in terms of stuff to do. Guess I'll knock these 3 out and then we should be around the 4-hour mark and I'll see if I want to stop. Hello? Oh, there you are. The armor is blocking your ear holes.
Monkeys calling to each other. Perhaps the ones I freed.
The Mongols will never reach the paradise of Amida.
Nothing to say, apparently.
I should try my mother's old song again. She never wanted me to sit still. She taught me to play and move. Like a monkey.
I'll fail it on purpose and see what happens. It just makes you start again, apparently. Okay, there's no need to make me get up, though.
Not bad. She would tell me to copy her bobbing her flute left and right, just to make sure I'd mastered it. I will say, it's hard to play when you're laughing.
Not sure what he's feeding them there, but just seeing it just makes me want, like, some boiled eggs. With, like, paprika or whatever. Maybe it's one of them Pokemon sandwiches. I eat an onigiri. does that one do again? Oh, right, that one. Yeah, I don't think I care about that one. Firefly Man's out again. That seems optimistic. Is it down there? Like, I can probably survive the jump, but only if I grab the rope with my grapple, which is pushing it. It is down there. I think for those 2 entire seconds I saved. Fortunate. Something's still here. Why are you taking me over the edge? Okay. Good to know.
It's like the samurai invasion all over again.
The source is not happy with these monkeys.
Just for pissing on us.
No more Firefly for now.
Ghost of Iki. Here, the only Mahadio. Here is we.
By the way, you can go back to Tsushima if I want to. Do I just... guess I can't. You did mention that at the start, actually. I was only wondering because I was just thinking about how I'm grabbing all this pointless bamboo and how I haven't been able to grab any of the iron, even though it's worth money, because there's no trappers around here to sell it to. Not that it matters at all, because I have 22,000 supplies in reserve and probably nothing to buy with them. Rhine in shadow. Oh, is this going to be one of them stupid riddles that's impossible to figure out? There's also bamboo over there, they'll all go there first. That's an excellent position for the sun, right where I can't see a thing. The pattern was simple, but it needed a lot of finger movement. Which I raised up to 1 resolve out of combat, I see. You tell me that didn't actually give me an extra resolve. Alright. Yeah, them Mongol drums. My stomach is starting to make noises, so I should probably eat soon. Again, these are probably coincidental or not related to the location I'm in. Guy up there. But he interrupted me. They crumble now too, do they? Just remember the Firefly was on down there. I want to go back after this. Oh, unless it's just the same as this. Stone knows no season, nor the Colossus that was felled to save one's soul. Come like through mist, a ghost casting no shadow. What you mean, wear the ghost armor? Good point, I hadn't even made that connection until you just mentioned it. Right, let's see. The last one had 2 steps, one on each of the last 2 lines. A ghost casting no shadow, I think that just means wear the ghost armor. I'm doing that. What does come like through mist mean? Oh, maybe it means smoke bomb. Okay, that one seemed easier than the first, but maybe it's just because I know what I'm looking for now. Yeah, that sure is a Colossus. That looks absolutely ridiculous. The armor I don't even mind, but switching back. Did you really force equip that on me? How about you don't do that? Because now not only do I have to take this off... Wait. Oh, okay. I have to find whatever headband I was wearing and don't even know anymore. It doesn't let me wear
Can't let
DC
them know
yet.
I'm from Clan Sakai. Can't let them know I'm from Clan Sakai.
I'm gonna say that every time I scroll through them. Oh, didn't equip it. Oh, there's subtitles too, huh? Yeah, it's weird. So there's been one for Bloodborne, one for Shadow of the Colossus, which is one I actually got. If you hadn't pointed it out, it obviously would have got it after I saw the stupid face mask. What this? Also, the Firefly enabled itself over here, so I wonder if that was for the same thing or not. Nah, it's something else. I don't know if I can get down from here. I think if I drop, it's just going to slide me down the rocks until I die. And I was correct. Alright, we'll just go from here then. If I can. Going to whatever that structure is over there. You ambient music. Ah, that must have been what it was. I have no beautiful words. Protect me from Mongol. I shield my mother and my wife from them. Shelter my sons and my daughters from them. Hide my harvest so we can eat. Doing his bound toward us. My face is as hard as diamond. Everything is as hard as a diamond in these records, apparently. Suppose that just leads back up. I would suppose wrong. The heck is this? No, it's a praying point. Right, let's actually go and see what the thing is. Quite easy to get carried away with just one more thing in this game. I should probably actually stop after this one. Looks like a graveyard. Oh, is it just a fast travel?
Whatever.
Good. Yeah, it's a fast travel like that one at the top, but with a firefly thing. And a lot of supplies, apparently. My soul's right. Mongol mud. Starting to think lots of these are related to each other.
That's close enough.
Why is everyone so rude?
Do you bring an offering for the dead?
No. I'll take all of these offerings, though. Go on, what do you want?
This memorial, who is it for?
Brave Iki warriors, cruelly slain in years past by the demon Tadayori Nagao.
A demon? No. Tadayori saved the people of Azamu Bay from raiders.
Disgusting lies and slander! These men died a hero's death.
If you insist.
Please show respect, if not reverence, for the fallen.
If he'd have said something different if I was wearing Tadayori's armor, I guess he doesn't know what it looks like, so probably not. So there's like 2 more bamboo strikes, and one of them's apparently in this direction. It must be really far though, because the other one's like right there. So I guess I should pick what I want to do next time and then target it and then call it a day. I mean, this side quest is barely outside of revealed map, so I could do that one. Right, which one's this? A ship is attacking people. A monk gave himself to the Mongols. Don't really need the rewards for either of those. What's the main story? Oh yeah, that one. I guess we'll do this next time then. Get a little closer and then I shall call it. That way next time we're really starting it with something that has something resembling some kind of plot and dialogue rather than me exploring random crap. Wow, even full on bamboo now. It is nice when there's no fog and you can actually see. A very distinctive tree over there that is almost certainly a place with stuff. Honestly, I'm kind of tempted to go see. Okay, forget it, I'm gonna go see. This is now the new last thing. Yeah, this is pretty neat. Sometimes you just gotta stop for a minute and have a look. I imagine it would look pretty fancy in 4K. Loads of flowers around here. I like how I just got distracted from my distraction. It's like, yeah, I'm gonna go and see what that is, and then, oh look, flowers. I have to climb that thing at some point, aren't I? This is already revealed, it's just a lighter colour because it's beach. This is a Mongol camp. Isn't it? At least a mini one. Not getting marked on the map though. Well. See what the deal is then, I guess.
Just ready.
This guy's strong. Okay. Big boy weapon. I don't know why this hasn't been marked. I wonder if I'm doing something that I would otherwise have to do later. Looks to be him, I guess. He didn't die. That really was it. Interesting. That definitely isn't suspicious at all. Well, really quick once over of this place. Yeah, maybe. I love how you have to really focus and press loads of buttons in the right order to cut a few little pieces of bamboo on the stands, but when it comes to breaking massive doors that are also made out of bamboo, one press is fine. Guess there really isn't that much here. Looked bigger from the outside. Let's go to Saru Island and see what that is over there then. This looks like banner, to be honest. Do I really want to swim this? Honestly, it doesn't look like there's another way. That last pillar of honor up there kind of looks like one. Got real dark real quick. Again, this seems like forced weather, but let's find out. bamboo, and a man. Restock. Explain.
Forgive me. It was so cold last night. I had to burn the bamboo.
No need to worry. I'm glad it kept you warm.
If you have some bamboo, you're welcome to restock the stand to train.
Takes 5, but only shows 3 for this one. That explains why it was so close to the previous one, I guess. Extra requirement. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. See, the pattern is easy, but having to do the finger movements in time, not so much. I think that's the only one in the whole game, at least so far. There's only one left, where you have to stock it yourself.
We don't get many visitors, let alone one so skilled.
This location is quite remote. Why do you stay?
As you just demonstrated, the quiet helps one focus.
Yeah, you suggest I'm not always that good. Alright, but you restock on them recently. Maybe there's things other than playing a small gym that deplete your supplies here. It also happened in the main game every time you got your main supplies taken away from you, like your weapons, like when you get captured and stuff.
The saya is so valuable. Even this monkey likes it. You want that? Or would a tune suffice?
Probably. Well, he sure didn't care about that. Apparently this island's all about having things that don't follow the standard formula. I mean, I played a tune. How do I get you away? That's a tune, right? Help, the monkey is harder than the final boss. I only threw a wind chime to make it follow the sound. Okay, monkey, it's time for you to move. Maybe I'll be back in a minute now that the dialogue is played. Is there even anything else on this island except for crap loads of flowers, because it kinda doesn't look like it. At least I've got the fast travel points in case I can't figure it out. Flower. Actual collectible flower, though. It's a different monkey. Oh, okay. There is a prompt. It's just over here and isn't marked in any way. Good to know. Pick it up and throw it away. Just kidding, by the way.
Thank you, little one. This is of more use to my blade than to you.
might actually equip that one with the one of the brighter outfits. Quickly circle the edge to make sure the map is revealed and collect those flowers. Pretty sure I saw some actual flowers. That's a cliff. Well, that's it for this weird little island. So I believe I was going to go and check out that white tree. Let's actually do that this time. And then I'll be done. No promises though. At this rate. Okay, you were supposed to go sliding that far. So they're like, oh yeah, it's fine, got new armor, and then it just was like, apparently the armor is heavily lubricated. Oh. Hello.
Survived the samurai, only to be killed by Mongols. Take those bastards.
Couldn't you have died somewhere else? So they have to stop and waste my time. Well, that didn't give me anything, so either it was the place I just did down there, like the port, or it's more of just a generic find with no actual significance. I don't think I care. Thank you. Supplies. Kunai even. Could I tell from that distance? Let's unmark you. It is interesting armor. I would like the helmet that I have for the armor. It looks basically the same as the horse's one, but I'm not allowed to wear it on this island, so it is interesting that you can't match the outfit right now, even though the horse is literally wearing the Sakai armor. Oh hi. Well, I guess I have no choice now. Guys have a lot of health, whereas I like the regulars. Oh, that's not my boat. He just shot his horse, nice. I was going to do it for him if he hadn't, but that's not the point. That is a heavily injured horse. Probably going to bleed to death. Maybe I should put it out of its misery like mine. A survivor coming. And yes, I'm aware this is away from the white tree, but it's not far. I just want to see if there's dialogue, because there wasn't that one in the camp. Doesn't even count as a real camp, doesn't get marked. This weather sucks. there in the end. Please play. At least you don't need to listen to the whole song. A few seconds is fine.
Hello, little one.
Wait, why is it letting me rest? But I've already got 20 out of 20 on Hot Springs. I'm confused. Do it anyway. Maybe it's just so you can get all the extra dialogue. Or not. I guess all of this type of waterfall hot spring just counts as the same one then. I'm wondering if I should go over there, or if it's going to send me over there for one of the tails anyway. There's smoke over there, which is probably a archery thing or something like that. There's an animal thing down there, and an archery. I'm not gonna have to climb that though, am I? I guess I can at least do the archery thing. Alright, we're at 4 hours, 27 minutes and 46 seconds. Let's go for a 4.5 stop. Actual time is almost midnight here. And tomorrow is my first day back at work after a week off, so that's always super fun. Cannot wait. I'm super looking forward to having to do work and be awake and have meetings and all that stuff that everybody really loves. Nope. Almost an arrow in a bag. Don't think I've seen that one before. Yeah, I'll probably do one tomorrow. I seem to be into the game enough right now, to the point where it's like, oh yeah, one more thing. As long as I can get the motivation to actually start the thing, I'll do it. And I missed the first shot. That is excellent. Guess I'll give that one more go. Wow, I missed it. Wow, I missed it again. Okay, this one is a complete failure. Everyone knows aiming with a stick is the best and most fun thing to do.
That fight took a lot out of me.
I think that one will be quite easy to gold as well, but I can't be bothered since we're like right at the end of the sesh. How many have I been to now? Like 4 or 5 maybe, so I should be able to get at least another half second or so out of the others. Now if I could aim with a mouse I wouldn't need the concentration at all. I could just do it straight up. As I'm sure could a great many people. Please Tell me the sanctuary's not right at the top. It is, isn't it?
Stand and fight me!
And I'm fighting in the Traveler's attire. Which is a genius idea. Well, shit. Oh, that's one of you. Nobody wants to listen to you.
Please release me! You're going to be all right.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Freed by a samurai.
Find somewhere safe. Be careful.
Didn't have any unique dialogue pointing me to a side quest, so I guess there's probably not much point in saving them anymore, at least not from this area. On the main island, they'll tell you about side quests that you haven't been told about elsewhere yet when you free them, if they're, like, within 1 to 2, like, provinces. Or prefectures, sorry.
I never thought I'd be free again.
There is some monkey. It is going to make me climb it. Alright, we climb to the monkey shrine, we do the monkey shrine, and then we stop. Guaranteed. By guaranteed, I mean at least 50% guaranteed. Also, my beverage is empty, so hydrating is no longer possible, so definitely a sign to call and get something to eat as well. Branching path. Path. I definitely didn't press jump there. That was interesting. Wait, does this just take me down to where I was before? Why do you want to go down? Firefly is activated. I was going to say, guess that answers that question, but I don't actually see how to get any further down from here without death. Ah, never mind, there was a branch there. Okay, where was I before? Yeah, I no longer have any idea where I'm going. I feel like I'm going backwards. But the firefly is still on, so I'm going to keep with it. Never mind, this is correct. Maybe not for the top of the thing, but... No, we just need to get all the way back up. Incidentally, there hasn't been a question mark here yet, so... Oh, never mind, there is. That's not what I wanted to do. The nice sky combers over there. Ooh. Well, he's just having to precariously keep his balance. This might take a while. Especially if I screw up like that. Is that not the one I'm supposed to be grabbing? Because I sure am failing to grab it several times. Then, right, this is where I was before, right? So if I go slightly further back this way, there was a grabbable rock. Like here. Where does this go? Oh. Oh, it's just flowers, okay. Well, I'll take it. If the game will allow me. That's not what I had in mind, but okay. Who this? Interesting weapon he has there. But there's more up there, even though you clearly can't reach them because this one breaks. Huh. So I came up from there. So it's got to be this way then. Surprised I was behind me and suddenly blind. I hope I managed to press the mute button fast enough there. The sneeze finally appeared out of nowhere. I may have just kicked a monkey in the face accidentally. Oh crap. I think I just accidentally saved myself time. Ah. Well, nobody's ever disturbing this place except me, I can tell you that. By me, I mean Jin Sakai. As if I could ever climb this, let's be honest. Or this for a monkey try. I think it's the last one of the three I need. It's at the very top as well. Very some good views from here though.
Monkeys love to play. My mother said you'd never mastered a tune unless you could play with it, make it yours. Let's see how I do.
No!
The game mode went. That didn't sound very different to the regular version at all. Which painting from The Sims 1 would that be?
I improvised. She laughed.
Not the tragic clown.
The
Right.
last time,
What the hell was that?
she closed her eyes as she listened. The sunlight on her cheeks, her face serene. Even after seeing her,
Just had a command window pop up.
that's the face I'll never forget.
There was one of them yesterday around the same time, which is interesting. I think a restart may be in order. Okay, there's my first actual yawn. I got 4 hours 42, so I'll pick the quest, go near it, and then actually be done for real. Nice of it to give me a descent. Let's see where it puts me. So you are talking about the regular cheapo tragic clown painting that makes the clown appear if you are sad. Right. And welcome, by the way. Here is fine. Tragic Clown is like the absolute worst and most pointless painting to ever buy in The Sims 1. It's hilarious. Although with the first expansion pack you can get the servo to like talk with you and stuff, which he will attempt to do when you're sad and like make the clown go away. There's also this thing called clown catchers, but I think that was a mod and it wasn't just included in the expansion pack where it was like 500 simoleons to like call some men in black to like catch him and teleport him away. But the alternative is just delete his painting and not have him being around causing depression. I do remember making Lily play The Sims 1, but I don't remember anything about the tragic clown being brought up. Just her abusing the genie constantly. Trying to get easy money and just making endless amounts of bills. Ah yes, I remember that. That virus was a fun time. Lily spent like all of the money on like wallpaper and then had to like have all of the items for the entire house in one room with like no dividers whatsoever and then eat like cold beans out the fridge. Because it was all spent on like wallpaper and decoration. Those are some interestingly coloured trees. Apparently I've already been there. I thought that was my horse for a second. There's a Mongol over there, but I don't think I care. Right, how far are we? 100 meters. Excellent. 4 hours 45 on the dot. Oh. Hello. Goodbye. Well, that went on longer than expected. It looks like we've revealed like half the island-ish. We've done a fair amount of the optional stuff. So next time we'll actually get to do some of the quests, probably. Right. Stream Deck, awkward, silence, navigation, stuff, words. So. It feels like I never left, right? Totally. I'll probably stream again tomorrow, at roughly the same time, maybe. Probably not for as long, because, like, work and tired and stuff. But yeah, thank you for stopping by, and I will see you next time, and try to actually remember to get the VOD on YouTube this time, although not for a day, because contract or whatever, because, you know, they totally care about that. Well, see you next time. Bye-bye.